Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. At this time, please rise for the playing of our national anthem. And there they go. Pompous Prince with a quick start and Flowing Rivers right there from his outside. Here's Gold in Them Hills moving into the scene along the inside in third. God Bless America and John's Protege are at the back spot. And Flowing River right alongside of Pompous Prince. They work with better than 2.5 to Gold in Them Hills. A length to John's Protege. God Bless America 3 wide in the clear from the far outside. 22 3/5, and Flowing River is wasting no time, taking it right to Pompous Prince. And the favorite pokes his head in front at the 3/8. Gold in Them Hills works a little closer, getting within 2.5 near the 5/16. From the outside is John's Protege. God Bless America at the back. Flowing River confidently handled the leader at the quarter pole. Gold in Them Hills is getting closer from second, and John's Protege is 3 deep. Pompous Prince is back to fourth, then God Bless America. And Flowing River is the one to beat in our Tuesday opener. Flowing River by a length and a half for 2 at the 8th pole. And now he's coming clear in deep stretch. Gold in Them Hills is second. How about Pompous Prince trying to re-rally into the second spot? Flowing River a much the best winner. Pompous Prince a good effort up into second. Then Gold in Them Hills. God Bless America for $6.90. Second race, scratches 4 and 5, Miami Chrome and Charlie 5-0. No show, no trifecta, no superfecta wagering. And there they go. Anything possible made a mess of the start. He's the last of the quartet. Number 1, Dylan, has the early lead from Almendro. Shanghai Superfly from off the pace. He's a good 6 or 7 from number 1, Dylan. Anything possible had that poor beginning. He's the last of the quartet. Number 1, Dylan, has the lead. Almendro from the rail is second. Looks like maybe Almendro's going to try to get out of that spot from the inside. We shall see. Nope, he's going to hold his ground. And here he comes to engage number 1, Dylan. Number 1, Dylan and Almendro. They crawled early. Anything possible takes closer order. Shanghai Superfly is at the back. 23 2/5 for number 1, Dylan. Almendro still holding his spot from the rail. Anything possible third with Shanghai Superfly. Number 1, Dylan got away with that soft opening quarter, and he's threatening to skip away. Almendro did not utilize his speed to the fullest, and he has been playing second fiddle throughout. Number 1, Dylan, has the lead. Almendro is second. Shanghai Superfly third outside of anything possible. Hard to reel in number 1, Dylan when he got that opening quarter and that soft half. Number 1, Dylan working with 3 past the 16th, and it's over. Number 1, Dylan in front. Almendro second, then anything possible. And Shanghai Superfly at the back of the pack. $29.40. Third race, scratch 1A, Treat Her Like a Star. 1 Tivoli Gardens, 2 pounds over. Third race starts the pick 6, 22 minutes away at 2:13. Ready for the race. And there they go. And Queen's Dancer is showing plenty of speed from the far outside. Queenarella also quickly away with easy play from the inside. Tivoli Gardens is fourth, and True Empress, a late runner, is at the back. Easy Play picks up the pace from Queenarella. Queen's Dancer stalking from third, little more than 2 off the lead in the clear. Break of about 5 lengths to Tivoli Gardens, a length to True Empress, who begins to pick up her best stride. 22 1, a pretty good opening quarter from Easy Play, hounded by Queenarella. And Queen's Dancer now has learned how to stalk, and she's beginning to make her run. She does come under a drive. And here is the favorite, True Empress, who is really winding up. And she's coming with this huge run to the outside. Easy play trying to get away from Queenarella. And Queen's Dancer vies for third. And here is True Empress with the sustained charge from last. She's into second. And she has all the momentum. And she's a pleasure to watch. Here is True Empress, just like that, up to the front. Good-looking filly. Her name is True Empress. Easy play was second, then Queenarella, Queen's Dancer, and Tivoli. And race 3 is official. The double 2-3, $39.40. 3-2 exacta, 11 for the race. And there they go. Uncle Vic is quickly into stride, but here comes Cody's Express picking it up from the inside. Uncle Milty makes a move into the second spot. Uncle Vic counters. And the two uncles vie for second. Stormy New York is fourth from the rail, trying to join the others for second. And here he comes into the second spot. The Jig is Up is the last of the quintet, and he's about 6.5 lengths from the leader, who is Cody's Express. So Cody's Express is the big favorite, and he has the lead, 2.5 at the 3/8 from Stormy New York. Uncle Vic is third, ready to make a move for second. The Jig is Up and Uncle Milty are 6 lengths from Cody's Express. No excuses for Cody's Express this afternoon. Unchallenged, a clear-cut leader at the quarter pole. Uncle Vic will try to make a race out of it with a little momentum from the outside. Stormy New York is third from the rail. Then the Jig is Up and Uncle Milty. Cody's Express still the one to come and catch. Stormy New York outrunning his odds from the inside. Then Uncle Vic. Cody's Express still with the lead. Uncle Vic is coming with his run to the outside. Cody's Express and Uncle Vic. Cody's Express hanging on. The Jig is Up late on the scene. Cody's Express. Cody's Express hangs on from Uncle Vic. The Jig is Up. Uncle Mill, 10 cents. 165 trifecta, $14. The 10-cent super, 1654, $3.35. The pick 3, 381, $3.10. To the outside, ready for action. And there they go. Tina Burner shows pace. Also their Easy Toll and Super Slide. And from the inside, Sweet Tooth Sue is into the race very early. Pretty Miss Penny has the 5th spot. Here's Kitty Tintin in the 6th position. Following her, Roll Over and Goodbye Kyle is the last of all. Sweet Tooth Sue's making the pace inside of Easy Toll. From the outside, Super Slide. Kitty Tintin's on the move with Rollover. Rollover's in a tight spot, going to slam on the brakes heading into the turn. To her outside, Pretty Miss Penny with a much clearer path towards the front. The last two, Tina Burner and Goodbye Kyle. Midway through the turn, Sweet Tooth Sue, a Super Slide, and Easy Toll. Kitty Tintin now strides into third as Easy Toll's giving way. Super Slide has the lead. From her inside races Sweet Tooth Sue. Kitty Tintin is third, roll over to the outside. Goodbye Kyle's trying to make up ground from the inside. Super Slide, the one to come and catch at the 3/16, trying to get away from Sweet Tooth Sue. Stablemate Kitty Tintin's trying to crash the party to the outside. Super Slide and Kitty Tintin. Paul Barrow, bragging rights on the line. Super Slide and Kitty Tintin. Super Slide. Super Slide from Kitty Tintin, then Sweet Tooth Sue. Official 8-4-2-5 top 4 finishers. The double 1-8 $14.20. 8-4 Paul Barrow exacta $16.80. 8-4-2 a trifecta 30 time. And there they go. Brisk beginning Stone Guitar from the far outside, and here is Letter Carrier Henry showing good early foot along the inside. He'll pick up the pace. Night Escort and Special Story are third and fourth, advancing outside of Harrison Nose. Lover's Leap is second last, flanked by Quad Party. Letter Carrier Henry, the speed of the speed, almost a length to Stone Guitar. And Night Escort's in a good spot from third. And Special Story's amongst the action. He's fourth, and he's only 2.5 off the lead at the 3/8 from the outside. Break of 6 to Lover's Leap, joining Harrison Nose. Quad Party is at the back. Letter Carrier Henry can't shake away from Stone Guitar. Stone Guitar has his nose in front. Letter Carrier Henry still with a little fight. Special Story is trying to close in from third. We go to Night Escort. Harrison Nose, Lover's Leap, and Quad Party. Stone Guitar's the leader near the 8th pole. And Special Story's coming with his run to the outside. Letter Carrier Henry's giving way grudgingly. Or is he? Is he battling back? Stone Guitar or Special Story? Special Story to the outside. Shuffle up and deal with Special Story. 851, that exacta, 7-8, $56. The 8-7 double, $28.40. 785 trifecta, $195.25. 10-cent Super 7. And there they go. Noble Endeavor away in last. Sneeds and Hey, it's Enrico Palazzo begin the best, and from the outside there is Holy Cowboy. Papa Tom B is fourth, headed by Dean Verdile, taking over that position. Bustin' the Rules comes away running in sixth outside of No Lime, and Noble Endeavor had an awkward start. He is the last of 8, and he's about 9 or 10 from the front. And with the lead, Hey, it's Enrico Palazzo, about a length and a half from his stablemate Sneeds. Holy Cowboy is third. Dean Verdile, 4 lengths to find. Papa Tom B, a little more than 5 from the pace. Break of about 3 to Noble Endeavor, trying to overcome the slow start. No Lime and Bustin' the Rules are at the back. Hey, it's Enrico Palazzo has the lead, and chasing him is Dean Verdile, who makes a move into second. Papa Tom B committed to a wide run to the far outside. Hey, it's Enrico Palazzo with the lead at the 8th pole, better than 3.5. In second is Dean Verdile, and they're going to Sneeze and Papa Tom B. Hey, it's Enrico Palazzo. He's the winner of the nightcap from his stablemate Sneeds. Papa Tom B's in a photo for third. Pleasant good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack, our Wednesday opener at 1:15. About 48 minutes until the opener. 8 race card, fast racetrack. Let's get right into the changes. In the opener, 1A BC Glory Days, 1 pound over the weight. Race 1 begins the early double and the early pick 4. Second race will start the early pick 3. No changes in race 2. Third race begins our Wednesday pick 6, clear of change, no carryover, dollar minimum wager, old school style pick 6. Race 3 at that classic distance of 1.25 miles. Our pick 5 will get underway in race 4. There are 3 overweights, 2, 4, and 5. All carry 1 pound over the weight. Wait, don't tell me. War Tapped, War Saichi, 2, 4, and 5, all carrying 1 pound over. Let's go to the 5th. Our late pick 4 will start in race 5. Start with the scratch, 6 Misty Gale, 6 Misty Gale out of the 5th. 3 Lady Quinn, 1 pound over. Late pick 3 begins in race 6. Scratch 7 Admire My Crown, 7 Admire My Crown out of the 6th. 7th race will begin the late double. Scratch 1 La Cafetera, number 1 La Cafetera out of the 7th. 7, the New Miami, a jockey change to Jose Baez. Jose Baez, new jockey 7, the New Miami in the 7th. In the nightcap, start with the scratches, 7 and 8, Coffee Futures and Sweet Blindness. 7 Coffee Futures, 8 Sweet Blindness, both scratch from our Wednesday nightcap. Jockey change on the 1 Alicia's Way to Emmanuel Di Diego. Di Diego, number 1, Alicia's Way in the Wednesday nightcap. Fast racetrack, 8 races, 1:15 first post. Have a great afternoon of racing. Up next, Mr. Dave Mattice.
And welcome everybody to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Yeah, it's like the middle of the summer. Well, actually it's October, We are expecting temperatures to get into the upper 80s. Is that true for October 4th? Man, some warm weather. You got to love it here in western New York. Better enjoy it because probably within a month or two we're going to have snow. And then it's just going to be snow and cold every day. So we're going to enjoy this warm weather. Well, who enjoyed the day yesterday? It was the old Niz and Naz combo. Torelli and Alvarado teamed up a couple wins on yesterday's card. I think Perez and Barrow both had a couple wins yesterday as well. But the Niz and Naz were the story yesterday. Cody's Express was one of them, as that one held on as the main speed, and is also with another victory later with the special story, the veteran getting the victory. Well, we do conclude the race week with this Wednesday card. We got 8 races. No live racing the next few days. We did at least postpone our feature race that was going to be on Monday, the Leon Reed Memorial Stakes. That will see if we can get that one to take place later in the season. Okay, first race, 11-9 claimer that goes 6 furlongs. Start the early pick 4 with race number 1. Interesting race. You know, you never feel confident when you got horses 1-2 that are 2 closers in the race. So you got to hope the pace backs up. And it isn't like there's a ton of early speed in this race. I just think they're the best 2 horses in the race. And, you know, BC Glory Days stepping up in class is going to have some speed as part of the entry. Banco Medici has been having success going to the front end. It's been lone speed 2 races in a row, not today with BC Glory Days in the race. So maybe there's enough of a pace that the scenario I got still can happen. I just think Nobody Rides for Free on the drop in class is probably a little bit better than these. Keep in mind, this one came off the layoff going 6 furlongs, same distance as today, and ended up winning. That race did come back. I mean, there was 2 closers that ran 1-2, and it was a track that was favoring closer styles. It was a little bit tiring that day, so that probably helped the cause of Nobody Rides for Free. But those were allowance horses, and these are claimers. So, I mean, that's the difference here, dropping in class. I mean, it's a big cutback in distance from the last 2 races, but it's also a significant class relief in a sense that this is not a strong 11-9 field, other than maybe Klingman, who is the other closer. So you look at it that way. He's run into Jitter Juice, who's tough when that one gets the front end, doesn't come back. Good-looking horse. And then you got Allure of Money, who's a real good one, who's the New York Derby winner. So you're going from a New York Derby stakes winner and a really nice-looking horse to Jitter Juice to these horses, where a couple of them may not win for $5,000, and he's the horse to beat on the drop in class. Yes, there's a little question mark with the distance, but you know, he's had success at the distance. You look at it that way, he's actually undefeated at the distance in the 2 starts he's had. Maybe even though he's only had 2 starts, maybe they're missing something, and wait a minute, maybe this horse is a better 6 furlong horse. Could be a possibility. But he's probably more at the mercy of the pace going 3/4 than he would be in the route. Klingman definitely at the mercy of the pace. That's his running style. He's the deep closer, and you know, and that's the thing. He gets an extra half furlong today, and that may help. You know, he can win going 5.5 because he's a 1-run horse. So it really doesn't matter as far as the distance of 5.5 and 6 furlongs. It's a matter of something to run at. Will that pace back up, and of course how the track plays. We've seen more closers since we resurfaced the track a couple weeks ago than we did earlier in the year. I'm not saying that there's any bias to the track. It's been a fair racetrack since the resurfacing, but you do have more of that chance to close if there's a little bit of pressure up front. Now, Klingman didn't really get that ideal pace scenario, but then again, it was just a horse that was much the best. Beach Boy Al just dominated that short field, so you know, Klingman just kind of closed it for a share and didn't pass Holy Matrimony, who's in this race. But again, that's 5.5. He's passing the tiring horses. Probably would have passed him going 3/4. So that's how I see it today. BC Glory Days, Banco Medici would be the 2 speeds. Maybe they back up enough that Klingman can be a factor in here. Mentioned Holy Matrimony finished ahead of Klingman in that race. Neither one of them were going to beat Beach Boy Al. So they're both all running for a share. and you're going to run differently. It's a different type of race when that scenario happens. Now, he's going to have to rate a little bit in here with his presence of his stablemate, BC Glory Days. He is a horse that likes to be up close. Talk about Holy Matrimony. He's going to be up close with BC Glory Days, who's going to have the early speed. So he may work out a pretty nice trip under Michael Davila. He's another player. And I'll throw in, he's got a short fuse for fourth. Like Nobody Rides for Free has been running primarily routes, but can win going 6 furlongs. He's won going 3/4 in the past. It was a wasted trip to Presque Isle, way too tough. I mean, that race is just way too tough. I know it's 12-5, it's a claimer, but he's probably going to face better horses than he's going to face in an allowance 3 lifetime. So not sure why this horse went there, and maybe there's a little bit better breeding for the artificial surface. I don't know, but the race was too tough. Back to Finger Lakes, and it's back at a reduced level, 11-9. This was a little more questionable as far as the distance, though, and I guess that is the question. But you notice he did win going 5.5 furlongs back in May. So if he's on his game at this claimant level, he could have an upset chance. I'm going to go with the 6-5, 1-4 in the opener. Second race. Allowance race going to mile 70. I guess the question is, how good is Allure Fortune off of that nice-looking victory last time? Keep in mind, sort of scratched the other day out of the stakes race. The stablemate actually ran well to be second, like a Missing Fortune. But ran second to Fast Fran. That one got loose, so had to chase the whole way. It wasn't like she lost any ground. Fast Fran just didn't come back. And she doesn't when she's alone on the lead. Yeah, beat lots to Ramon. That wasn't the strongest of races. But, maybe found a niche here going long. She got the front end over I Know You Ain't Talking to Me, and she was just gone. And at no point in that race did you think that she was going to lose. When she got the lead, she was traveling so easily, and it wasn't like she was going that slow. It just looked like you watched her, this horse isn't going to lose. And she didn't. She drew away from that field, and watching that race, you knew she was going to. Now, keep in mind that I Know You Ain't Talking to Me did not break well. So, what I would expect a little different pace scenario today with I Know You Ain't Talking to Me in the race if she breaks. You just got to assume that I Know You Ain't Talking to Me is going to break better because she's a speedball. So Allure Fortune is going to have to deal with that situation. Obviously didn't have to in that particular race because the other one didn't break, and that did help her cause. May not have mattered. So, and it may not matter here as well, but she doesn't want to really encounter a big speed duel either, because that's probably how she could get beat in here. Other than that, I think she's going to be awfully tough, and you're going to have to take a short price, but she looks like she can win. Again, if she avoids dueling. I mean, that's a possibility if I Know You Ain't Talking to Me breaks better. Guidance didn't break badly or didn't run badly last time. They didn't come back. I Know You Ain't Talking to Me that day had an easy lead. And Holiday Jazz was just much the best. And that's how they finish. And really you could expect that way to finish. Guidance had no impact, couldn't close. What are you going to do? Maybe a better chance today if I Know You Ain't Talking to Me, Allure Fortune kind of don't work together. I mean, they start to push each other a little bit. The pace gets quick. Guidance could be the one to sit a nice outside stalking trip. She likes this distance, and I think she's going to be closer today. The one horse is Stay Home Mama. Not a horse you want to play to win, but a horse you almost got to play in the numbers. She's going to pass the tiring horses. She always does. Last time mentioned, that Holiday Jazz, I Know You Ain't Talking to Me race is a race that they didn't come back. It all depends on the pace. And keep in mind, you also got crosstalk, and she's got game in the race. You got to think that they want to get involved early, at least up close. At least crosstalk stretching out is going to have some natural speed to bother Allure Fortune. You may see Allure Fortune trying something different here today, and I would assume that she's going to rate a little bit because of the other speed in the race. Like I said, the way she ran last time, yes, she got the lead, but it may not have mattered. So I would think, unless completely bad tactics here, I think she rates a little bit off of the speed, takes over when she needs to, and wins the race. Stay Home Mama and guidance can pass some of these tiring horses. The 5 horse, I know you ain't talking to me. It all depends on the pace scenario, if she can hang around for a share. I mentioned Crosstalk's another one that's got speed. She's got game. Yeah, I don't know what happened. She's got game last time. She was off of a 50. What are you doing? But she may be more involved in here as well. And that might be a negative for I know you ain't talking to me, who likes to get out there alone and freewheel it and catch me if you can. Well, if she's going to have company, they're going to catch her. 4-6-1-5 in the second. Third race, 8,000 starter, optional claiming tag. Also applied at 8,000. Don't believe anybody's in for the tag. So we're only left with 5 betting interests. But it's a 1.25 miles. Take a seat for this one. But they're all horses that are competitive. And you know what? None of them are really that well bred for a 1.25 miles. I mean, Kingfish is by Curlin, so probably one of the little better bred ones. Our man Mike, not really bred to go this far, but has success going long. So you never know with the breeding. You know, the horse is 1 for 1 at the distance. I thought one of the better bred horses for the distance would be, Coach Bahi. Horse Be With You is not really well bred for the distance either, but he looked good in victory last time, stretching out. And I think that's the big thing. These horses, you're looking at 215 Tomlinsons for the distance. Nobody's over 300. But Horse Be With You is a horse that's just good right now. Notice in the sprint race, finished 3rd behind Fiery Heart. Nobody can beat Fiery Heart in these conditions this year. The only time Fiery Heart lost was in a route, which might be a distance that he doesn't want to go. And he still ran 2nd to Royal Suspect, who's a good one. So I'm going to go with Horse Be With You. Yes, he got a nice trip last time. The race couldn't have gone any better for him as they went quick up front. The 2 of them were dueling out there, and he just was able to sit in a perfect spot and go by. It was actually a really nice ride by John DeVilla, but he may not get that kind of a trip in here. Or then again, he may, because keep in mind, Fire's Finale is going to be out there on the lead. He's got to realize that it's a 1.25 miles. He's not that greatly bred for a 1.25 miles. That Coach Bahi may keep that one honest, and Horse Be With You could get that kind of a trip in here. Got him on top. Is he 5-1 morning line? It's a big price. Coach Bahi, consistent numbers, very consistent. Ran 3rd last time in the starter. Goes further today. Actually, when it comes down to it, he's one of the better bred horses for the distance. So that should only help the cause of Coach Bahi. He's going to be outside of Fire's Finale. And he's got to be the one to maybe be a little more aggressive and push that one a little bit. I wouldn't expect Horse Be With You not to be too far back either. And again, Fire's Finale comes back to Finger Lakes. Mentioned Niz had a big day yesterday. He's the inside speed. They're going to have to catch him, but he's also going to have to rein in that speed to go in a 1.25 miles. But a lot of times, that is the case. You get out there alone on the lead. Some of these horses don't pass you, and you just keep going because you can slow it down. And yeah, the race he won that was a little bit further, they could have kept going around twice. He still would have won. Granted, it was a much easier field than this one. Yeah, I don't like the fact that he went to Presque Isle. That race was a tough race. He sent out there in 46, and now he comes back. You got to hope that that the horse is going to be the same that he was the previous 2 starts. If he is, he's probably got a good chance to win here. But that could have taken something out of him too, that Presque Isle race, a race that he didn't even belong in. I'm going to go with a 3-5-2-1 in race number 3 and take a seat, 1.25 miles. 5-1. 4th race, pretty good allowance race, going 5.5 furlongs. Mostly 3-year-old fillies in here that really know each other very well. You got Lockbox, Wait, Don't Tell Me, Warsaichi. They're all horses that ran in the Niagara Stakes earlier this year, that race for 3-year-old fillies. You got the new face, the older horse, Fancy Feline. Of course, Jackson Avenue at age 4 as well comes back from New York. And I got to think, that horse didn't belong in that race. Now she comes back. I'm looking at the distance more than anything. 5.5 furlongs is the key. And I think Warsaichi might be a little faster than War Tapped, her old stablemate. It's just a matter of hanging on. She's had a tough time in those last few jumps hanging on. But keep in mind, the last 3 races that she's been in have been 6 furlongs. Again, 5.5 is the key. If you handicap Finger Lakes and you're not looking at the distance, you're probably not doing very well. And that's the key. And she didn't run that badly against Little Miss Sunshine. She held the lead for as long as she could. Granted, she had no excuse, but Little Miss Sunshine would beat this field, and so would Golden Moonlight. Golden Moonlight just needs a trip. I think the best thing they did was stretch her out because you can't get into any trouble or have any excuses going long. Talk about a horse that was a cinch that day. I think that was the day I was out. But Warsaichi's going to be tough in here. She shortens up to 5.5. And I don't know if they'll catch her. Keep in mind, she stopped in the Niagara Stakes, which is a Lasix-free race. She was running without Lasix. And her next start with Lasix, she got in a speed duel going 3/4. And I thought she sustained her speed a lot better considering. And then last race into Little Miss Sunshine. Today, same type of horses that was in the Niagara Stakes, except for, again, the big difference, 5.5 furlongs. And I think at 5.5, she can hold on. Now, Fancy Feline might just be better than these. That one state bred in New York is better than our 3 Lifetime with all these 3-year-olds. I mean, she's a more seasoned horse. She's at age 5. She comes out of a race won by Missing Fortune. Dana Saul, that horse is a good one, just ran second in the Jack Better Be Right the other day. Easy Play just ran second the other day against a solid field. So you look at it that way. Plus that race that she ran second the race before at Belmont, she ran behind I'm Having a Moment. I'm Having a Moment came back to win by over 4 lengths. So it was a good field. I don't know about her running style 5.5. She's going to have to catch Warsaichi. They're all going to have to. Wait, don't tell me. Man, her race last time was too bad to believe after winning the stakes race. But she was no match for Little Miss Sunshine. They didn't come back, and she just kind of ran evenly back of the back of the pack. So she's got to hope they stop. Yeah, she was bet down to be the favorite in the Niagara Stakes, and she did not disappoint. Maybe kind of watch the board on this horse. Maybe some smart money on her. The one-horse Lockbox, she's on the inside. She ran third in that Niagara Stakes. She's got to make up those lengths against these type of horses, but she can land in the number. 5, 6, 2, 1, pretty good allowance race. So that race starts, the pick 5. 5th race, we scratched the 6, Misty Gale. Okay, you got to think Motley Sue's the speed that they got to catch. Depends on what Amari Fire, if she, and Lady Quinn, if they keep that horse honest. It is 6 furlongs. Maybe Georgie's Ladies can pick up the pieces here from the outside. She ran second behind a good one in Brisky Frolic. That one was much the best in the race, and she was only beaten a length going 5.5. Gets that extra half furlong today, and it's just a matter of getting the right kind of trip and Motley Sue coming back to her. Now, that's the question. Motley Sue, if it was 5.5, I would have took Motley Sue on top. 6 furlongs, I don't know. She might get some pressure from Amori Fire, and she may stop. She had a kind of easy. She had it really easy last time we saw her back in June. I mean, for that day, 23 for 5.5 furlongs in an allowance race. Do you think she's going to win with those fractions? Well, she was expected to be the main speed, and John Davila did a good job by slowing it down like that. I mean, 47 at 5.5. Or sorry, 23 at change of 5.5. I think it was 48 at 5.5 is what I want to say. That's how much they slowed it down, and they weren't going to beat Motley Sue. I don't see this horse going that slow today. They're going to keep her honest, but she's still a good one. Amore Fire ran well last time. I think that was an Aquilano swept exacta. They laid over the field, turned out. So off the race, she's logical. I thought she actually ran a better race than she did the race she won because she was off the layoff, and the way she hung around after having to push the pace a little bit. And then I'll throw in the 3, Lady Quinn for 4th. Again, she's got tactical speed. She hangs around. She was right behind Georgie's Ladies last time. She was right behind Amori Fire the race before. So, again, she's going to have to make up those lengths Don't know if she could do that, but you know she can hang around for a share. 7453 is what I got in the 5th. 6th race, scratch the big favorite, the 7, Admire the Crown. I think that opens this race up quite significantly because I think of all the races today, this is the one that I looked at the most because, yeah, I came up with different scenarios, who I liked, and you know the two speeds are the 5 and the 8. They hooked up a couple races. I mean, going back to August 22nd, the two of them hooked up, and, well, whoever won the battle, they still both lost the war, and that was the case. So I wouldn't expect that kind of a pace duel in here, but we'll see. One of the things I'm looking at in this race, again, My Sweet Summer got in that speed duel that day. I just like the fact that My Sweet Summer doesn't drop off of that race because she didn't run well. It was her first race over the track, and she backed up. She did not run well. I mean, this is the best bred horse. I mean, she's a $75,000 weanling. She's got a half that was a multiple graded stakes winner, My Boy Jack. Her races aren't that good lately, but I'm going back. When this horse first couple starts, I mean, she showed some real promise. I mean, she finished second her first start as a 2-year-old behind a nice-looking winner, and then came back and broke her maiden and was claimed out of that race. I mean, they claimed her for $50,000. You talk about her $75,000 a weanling. She was claimed out of her second start, and she's been against some tough ones when she was facing winners. One of them was a rout. Keep in mind, she got mixed up in the pace going long, and that was her first start over the track last time. Gets a break since that last race, and you know, it's got some decent works. Notice she's got a bullet since the last race as well here at Finger Lakes. So I would expect some big improvement from My Sweet Summer, who was just much better than these in the past, or at least had promised to be much better than these in the past. I'll go with Devil Lee for second. Yeah, she had some trouble last time. She got caught behind horses. No, she didn't check or anything like that, but there was no room there. And the pace was starting to back up, and that's probably why Maddie Surprise finished ahead of her. She got the cleaner of the trip of the two. This one just simply couldn't get any room in between horses. Not like she got, checked or anything like that, but she was blocked. You get the dirt kicked in your face. Maybe gets a better trip today, especially if My Sweet Summer and Stars Delay hook up again. She'll get a trip. The 4-horse Mommy Joe Dreams could be a horse that's been improving with every start. Notice she was against maiden claimers as early as July, actually stepped up against maiden special weights, hit the board, and then came back and won, and lost to the horse that scratch out of here, who was the horse that was probably going to win. But Mommy Mo Dreams, off the last number, again, improving in every start. It wouldn't be a big surprise she came back and won. And keep in mind, Navarro, Road Star Speaker, he's on Mommy Jones today, and Star Speaker's a tricky one. I think that one needs the blinkers off. The 8-horse Stars Delight, yeah, it all depends on My Sweet Summer in here. She just missed last time. She ran a good second, and she was inside, though. I mean, she's inside to outside. Might be a little more difficult for her to clear unless My Sweet Summer decides to rate, and that's where the chess match comes in this particular race. But she hasn't run a bad race. She hasn't missed the board in the last 3, and you know what? The Niz is on fire with 2 wins on yesterday's card. 5-2-4-8 for me in the 6. 7th race, an allowance, state bred condition, scratch the 1, La Cafetera. Now, I don't have an excuse for Stimulus Check out of the last race except for it was a much better race. I mean, she comes out of the best race by far. The race won by Take Charge Christie. Granted, it's not Take Charge Christie's distance, so she's not going to run her best time at 6 furlongs. Obviously, she would crush that field in a rout. But Stimulus Check was the main speed because there just simply wasn't any speed in there. So she didn't have an excuse, but the excuse is there's stakes horses running her down. Now, I don't know where the race came from for Mind of Gold. Maybe she just got a nice trip. I don't know. She didn't come back and run that great the other day, but I got to think the Stimulus Check, when she's been in the 1 state bred before, and she's been stuck in this condition for a little while, she's run against tougher horses than this field. And you think eventually you keep running well, you're going to catch an easier group of one state breds, and I think that's the case here. I mean, these one state breds, you look at left-leaning Lucy. I would have took her on top, except for she just doesn't want to win. I mean, she's still a 4 lifetime, basically. She's 3 for 41. She's got 7 seconds and 10 thirds. I think you could count on her to be on the board. It's just a matter of winning. She might be better than these horses, but she doesn't want to win. They're not horses that you'd like to take on top. Now, Wabasse's interesting if she could get the lead in here and get a clear lead. She was razor sharp, winning 2 in a row against claimers, moved into the one state bred, and had to chase Amazing Dottie. Amazing Dottie just sent to the front end and didn't come back. Wabasse could be sharp enough. I mean, that's a drop down that beat her, was a much the best horse. But Wabasse is inside of the other speed, where there really isn't a lot of speed in here. And she's not even really that fast either. It's not like she's a speed horse. But I think with a lack of pace in here, she can hold the rail, and she's definitely dangerous. It's hard to figure Wabasse. She's like a different horse, the numbers that she put up in her 2 victories. Then you got Ramon. Yeah, Ramon's. You don't know what to do with Ramon. I mean, this is a tougher race. She ran second in Dosage and Mimosas. I mean, how good is that one? Dosage and Mimosas won 3 races this year. She always fires. I just don't think her numbers are quite high enough with Stimulus Check and left-leaning Lucy to make her to think that she's the favorite, and if she is the favorite, to bet on her. She's got more of a nose for the wire than the other one. Well, I say that, but she's got 10 seconds. You got to figure she's going to be there somewhere, as she's been in good form all season long. But a little tougher group than that claimant field that she comes out of. Last race, scratch the big favorite, Sweep Linus, who probably would have been 3 to 5 in there. Also scratch the 7, Coffee Futures. Going to lean towards Saloon Girl, dropping out of the starter. I mean, ran into Fast Fran in sprint races 2 races in a row. Where are you going? You're not going to catch that one. If Fast Fran gets out on the lead, she doesn't come back. Well, she doesn't have to worry about Fast Fran in here because it's a route. And, she had a couple good route races earlier in the year with a win and a second. Especially that win was absolutely dominant when the Apprentice Rider first aboard. Now, has to carry the weight now as goes back to, for the second consecutive start, goes back to a journeyman. But she didn't run that badly last time, considering it was Fast Fran, considering it was a starter, and now she drops to the bottom to face 5,000s. Going to be tough. Alicia's Way, I don't like her breaking from the rail here, but she did win from the inside going a route last year, at the end of last year. Davila opted initially to get off to ride Sweet Linus. Obviously couldn't blame him, as this horse just isn't getting there for 5. But those last 2 races are still good enough to be competitive against these. And she's a player. The 5 True Destiny, what do you do with this horse? I mean, she dropped to 5,000 and won for fun. Now, she didn't beat anything that race. It was a really, really weak field of 3 lifetime claimers that she beat on August 30th. But she came back to running in the state bred allowance against Holiday Jazz. And I know you ain't talking to me, and Guidance. I mean, we'll see those horses earlier on the card. And I mentioned it, the pace scenario did not favor horses coming from out of it, because I know you ain't talking to me, it was loose. Holiday Jazz is sat behind, and nobody closed. Well, she chased after I know you ain't talking to me before fading badly. So she gets some serious class relief, dropping back to 5,000. It's got to be considered. And they'll throw in the Fabulous Moolah. She's gone long before. She's had success in the past going long. One of her wins has been at this particular distance. She put together 2 in a row, and in one of those races, she closed on a day that, speed was pretty good. So she's been pretty good this year, and that last race was a tougher group of 5,000 claimers, and Boxed and Board just wasn't coming back. So give her a chance at here on the stretch out. Again, she's had success going long in the past. So I'm going to go the 6-1-5-2 in race number 8. Enjoy today's card. We got a fast racetrack And temperature in the 80s, is it really October? Seems like the season's winding down, but by looking at the weather, you can't tell that. We got another month and a half left. Plus, still plenty of action. We got Monday through Wednesday racing continuing. Our next live day, of course, will be Monday with that 1:15 first post. So I will see you then.
And bugler Chris Nato has the horses coming onto the track for our Wednesday opener. 3-year-olds and up, non-winners of 3 races. Claimers 11-9, a 6 furlong affair. 1 ABC Glory Days, 1 pound over. Beautiful afternoon, fast racetrack. 8 races. We'll start the day in a little more than 4 minutes. All right, here's the field, beginning with the 1ABC Glory Days and Nazario Alvarado. His stablemate has abandoned the post parade onto the 2 Banco Medici, gunning for 3 in a row, Jose Ventura. 3 is Moon Hunter, gunning for 2 out of 3, Cabercoa. 4, he's got a short fuse, Jackie Davis. 5 is Klingman, looking for 2 out of 3, Kevin Navarro is the jockey. 6 is Nobody Rides for Free. He's the favorite, co-favored with the entry. 9-5, John Davila Jr. Nobody Rides for Free. And skipping the post parade, the 1 Holy Matrimony, Michael Davila Jr. So a field of 7 with 6 wagering interests. As always, race 1 begins the early double and the early pick 4. Post time in about 3 minutes. Track announcer Tony Kalo up here in the booth. Let's talk about this Wednesday opener. Let's talk about this Wednesday afternoon. Are you kidding me? October 4th and we get this? This is absolutely gorgeous. Could be a night for a barbecue and get the tiki torches rolling. Field of 7 here in the opener. Top pick is the 6. Nobody Rides for Free. I'll take that 8-5 right now. I've really liked both of this horse's sprint races in the past couple of years. The 21st of June affair in 2022 was pretty awesome. That was a big-time run, closing from off the pace and defeating a good group of maiden special weight competition. How about the comeback race on the 24th of May? Once again, a 6 furlong affair. Another big stretch run. This horse really packs a punch when sprinting. I'm not really that concerned with him dropping in for 11. The fact being he is a Kentucky bred and he already won an allowance race. So if they were to try to get this allowance N3L, they being Ron Cicery and Chris Engelhart, and they tried, but with no luck, they would lose this condition. So this is a very aggressive placing. It's not like he's a New York bred who has the state bred still in his hip. Nobody Rides for Free is aggressively placed to succeed this afternoon, and I think he gets a little bit of pace. BC Glory Days always ensures a good tempo, and he has a hard time finishing his races. Banco Medici has been forwardly positioned, although with soft interior flows. But if you get just enough of pace, and BC Glory Days alone provides that. Here comes the 6. Nobody Rides for Free with a big stretch run. I think he's the most likely winner of our Wednesday opener. 5, Klingman is another horse who does his best running from off the pace. I've always been fond of Klingman. He showed some races last year that really caught my attention. The maiden special weight victory, the initial test against winners in his subsequent start. I like this horse as a late running sprinter, kind of like the favorite, and I could see both of these two putting in good kicks. 4, he's got a short fuse. The last time he was victorious was in a 6 furlong sprint. It was earlier this season here at Finger Lakes. Granted, it was only a field size of 4, and he got a good opening quarter to run after. There was a good pace battle that day, and he's got a short fuse, took advantage. He could be another one running on through the lane. I'm going to take this even money on the 6. Nobody Rides for Free. His best races make him the horse to beat in our Wednesday opener. The horses are approaching the starting gate. It's post time for the Wednesday opener. Seven in the opener, 6 wagering interests. Big shout out to the guys from Capital OTB, my man Seth Merrow, Dino and Shannon. Live telecast from the guys from Capital OTB, and we are very glad to have them in town. Beautiful afternoon. Nobody rides for free. The big favorite, 5-2 for the entry. Holy Matrimony and BC Glory Days. After that, it's Moon Hunter at 6-1. Moon Hunter is in. Here comes He's Got a Short Fuse. Klingman moving into line. And a couple to load. The favorite, Nobody Rides for Free. And BC Glory Days, part of the pace. BC Glory Days before it, Nobody Rides for Free. Nobody Rides for Free at 3-5. There's the favorite to the outside. Ready to kickstart the Wednesday card. And there they go. Klingman is showing pace. Banco Medici is the quickest away, and BC Glory Days is taken to the back of the pack. So Banco Medici has the lead all to himself. Somewhat surprising here. Thought BC Glory Days would be part of the pace. Banco Medici, he's got a short fuse. And Holy Matrimony, Nobody Rides for Free. He's up close, much closer than normal, only 2 lengths from the front. Moon Hunter's a little less than 4 off the lead. About 2 lengths to Klingman and BC Glory Days. What's going on with you, buddy? Why are you at the back of the pack? And here is Holy Matrimony and Nobody Rides for Free. He's got a short fuse, splits them. Nobody Rides for Free to the far outside. He's making a narrow lead from Holy Matrimony. He's got a short fuse, the middleman. And Banco Medici gives way. Then go to Moon Hunter, Klingman on BC Glory Days. No excuses for the favorite. Nobody Rides for Free. He was close enough to this soft pace. And he should be able to assert his authority inside the final furlong from the outside. Holy Matrimony has a little bit of fight. He's got a short fuse. Is back to third. Nobody Rides for Free in our Wednesday opener from Holy Matrimony. He's got a short fuse. Moon Hunter finished 4th. Somewhat surprising with the pace scenario developing, as BC Glory Days did not show any pace. Banco Medici had the clear-cut advantage. Heads up ride by John Davila Jr. The Finger Lakes Hall of Famer knows this racetrack as good as anybody. He had Nobody Rides for Free up close to this 23-3 and 47-1. Basically toying with the inferior competition. 6, Nobody Rides for Free. A nice 4-5. We'll take that price on this guy. Second place to the 1, Holy Matrimony. Third place, a 4. He's got a short fuse. Fourth place, 3, Moon Hunter. 112 and 59 100ths, the final time. Race 1 is official. 6-1, a 4-3, that exacta $9.10. The trifecta $9.80. A 10-cent super $8.62. Nobody rides for free. 4-year-old Obey Gelding by Tiz Now out of the Henry the Navigator mare, No Panic, owned by Ron Ciceri. Winning trainer Chris Engelhart. Winning jockey, the Finger Lakes Hall of Famer, John Davila Jr. Winner was bred in Kentucky by Tiz Now Syndicate, along with Mulligan Thoroughbreds. Second race is clear of change. Race 2 will begin the early pick 3. Post time in about 22 minutes at 1:46. Don't forget, Lucky North Club members, today you can get a free program. All you have to do is be part of our Lucky North Club. You got to be 50 years of age and older. Let's see if I can find the proper literature so we can give this out correctly. You think I should know it by now. Just go to the program stand, upper grandstand, show your Lucky North Club card, and take advantage. Free programs every Wednesday.
All right, we're in the paddock for race number 2, and yeah, nobody rides for free. Close enough as you knew Banco Medici would stop. He was able to stay on the outside and roll to victory. It was just a matter of whether he would be close enough at the 6 furlongs at the 11-9, and was the best winner. John Davila for Chris Anglar. Going to get another short price favorite in this second race as Allure Fortune looks to make it 2 in a row. She just won the starter allowance condition and did it pretty handily against what could arguably be a similar, if not tougher field than this one. Now, the big question is how she'll handle the situation with I Know You Ain't Talking to Me. She did get a reprieve last time they faced because I Know You Ain't Talking to Me didn't break all that sharp. So that's what gave Allure Fortune such an easy, well, I wouldn't say an easy lead, but did give her the lead that day. Probably wouldn't have mattered as she drew away to the victory. She's the horse to beat, and she's at odds of 1-4 at the present time. But there are some other speed types in here. You still got Crosstalk stretching out, and She's Got Game also has some tactical speed. Might make the situation a little more difficult for Allure Fortune. Now, Guidance could get the trip from the outside. She ran third last time in a race that didn't come back to her. I Know You Ain't Talking to Me got loose in there. Holiday Jazz was much the best. She was just claimed for 5,000 back in July, stepped up and has been no worse than fourth against this type of competition. So it turns out to be a pretty decent claim, and she figures to be in the number again today. She's right now at 10-1 because most of the early play is on Allure Fortune. Stay Home Mama is a horse that you could expect to be in the top 3, as maybe you'll get a daughter-mother exacta in here, as Allure Fortune figures to be the horse to beat. Stay Home Mama, a horse that often hits the board, but doesn't often win in this condition. She's still in the 1 state bred, but she keeps getting a check. Last time, again, they didn't back up. The race before, they did, as Saratoga Kisses drew away, and Beth Miller swept the exacta. She often does the same thing, passing the tiring horses, and this is the type of race where she can do just that. You got a lot of horses that like to be up close, on or near the lead, so you're going to get some horses that are getting tired late that she can pass and get into the numbers. So she's currently at odds of 9-1. And some of the horses getting some play for race number 2, Exacta Tri Super Daily Double, and pick 3 starts in here.
Second race, fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up, New York breds, first state bred condition, 1 mile and 70 yards. No changes, first leg of the early pick 3. There's the group number 1, Stay Home Mama, Joel Cruz. 2 is Crosstalk, Jeremias Flores. Next will be the 3, She's Got Game, Stephen Fred. 4 is Skip the Parade, so we'll go to the 5, I Know You Ain't Talking to Me, Christian Navarro. 6 is Guidance, Louis Perez. Skipping the Parade, the big favorite, 4, Allure Fortune, 1-4 on the board, Jose Baez. 6 fillies and mares, race 2 in a little more than 3 minutes. For Allure Fortune is a short-priced favorite on the board. She is the one to beat. All you have to do is look at her recent races, and it's pretty understanding that Allure Fortune is the main mare in this spot, no question about it. She just beat Holiday Jazz, and Holiday Jazz just won the first state bred. Allure Fortune now trying to capture this state bred. Bodes pretty well for her. Hard to see her not getting to the winner's circle. She is 2-5. She doesn't necessarily need the lead, can make her own trip. The race goes through her. 5 and 6 perhaps pose the biggest threats. I Know You Ain't Talking to Me. Ran very well. Just got defeated by Holiday Jazz. Allure Fortune handled that rival pretty easily. I Know You Ain't Talking to Me should be amongst the early action. And perhaps if Allure Fortune just isn't up to it, the 5 has the best chance for the upset. 6, Guidance. I liked her victories against the maiden 5 and the $5,000 level. Claimed out of that 5,000 N2L score on the 25th of July by her current connections, Victor and Nancy Salvato and Ilmar Loaiza. Decent 4th thereafter, a distant 3rd recently. Probably a minor placing this afternoon. For Allure Fortune, she is the big favorite at 2-5, and rightfully so. She's the one to beat in race 2. The fillies and mares are approaching the starting gate. It's post time for the second race. 6 fillies and mares, New York breds, first state bred condition. Huge favorite, the 4 Allure Fortune at 3-5. 1 Stay Home Mama 7-2. Stay Home Mama's in. Here comes Crosstalk. She's got game. The heavy favorite, Allure Fortune. I know you ain't talking to me. And Victor and Nancy Salvato's Guidance to the outside. They're at the post. And there they go. Allure Fortune is in behind the leading group. I know you ain't talking to me has the lead. She's got game, is showing pace. Here's Allure Fortune joining the leaders in the clear, stalking pretty smartly. Crosstalk has the 4th spot, then a Guidance, and Stay Home Mama is at the back. Looks like a little bit of pace on for her. Picking it up along the inside, she's got game. The favorite Allure Fortune strides into second. I know you ain't talking to me, eases off the pace from third, and she's a little more than a length and a quarter from the front. Break of about 4 lengths back to Crosstalk, isolated in the 4th position. Another 5 to Guidance, and it's 4 lengths to Stay Home Mama at the back spot. Now Allure Fortune puts her head in front at the 5/8. From the inside, she's got game. I know you ain't talking to me. Sits a nice trip 3 deep, and she's ready to engage Allure Fortune. Allure Fortune has the lead. I know you ain't talking to me. Strides right alongside. Giving way just a bit, she's got game. Crosstalk is 4th. Guidance still in the 5th spot. Stay Home Mama's at the back. Top 2 are kicking clear, and it's looking like a pretty good race at the 3/8. Allure Fortune, and I know you ain't talking to me. And they put a big space over their rivals. 7 lengths to Crosstalk. Here's Guidance picking up her stride. Stay Home Mama. Now at the back, she's got game. Allure Fortune being tested. Heavy favorite at 1-4 has the lead. I know you ain't talking to me a second. Here's Guidance with a big run, and Guidance is ready to crash the party. And Guidance is up to the front. Allure Fortune has nothing in response. I know you ain't talking to me is 3rd. Stay Home Mama makes a move into that spot. Guidance has kicked well clear at 11-1. Stay Home Mama's up for 2nd. Allure Fortune disappoints. She's 3rd, then I know you ain't talking to me. Well, there was pace on up front. And the 2 that were sitting far back were the 2 that came with the best runs. 6 Guidance at 11-1 in the upset. 1 Stay Home Mama from last up into the 2nd spot. 4 Allure Fortune as the big favorite. Disappoints 3rd as the best she could manage. 145 and 98/100ths. The final time. Fourth place 5, I know you ain't talking to me. Guidance makes her way into the winner's circle. A 4-year-old a Bay filly by Central Banker out of the Dam Hardley. Owned by Victor and Nancy Salvato. Winning trader Elmar Loaiza. Winning jockey Louis Perez. Winner was bred in New York by Michael Lenders. Second race is official. 6-1-4-5. 6-6 early double, $53.50. 6-1 exacta, $124. 6-1-4 trifecta, $75.50. 10-cent super, 6-1-4-5, $30 and a nickel. Pick 6 starts in the third. It's clear of change. No carryover. $1 minimum wager, 23 minutes away.
Got 13 minutes to post for race number 3, and Allure Fortune looked like she was going to rate early, but ended up just letting her go. And yeah, she got mixed up in that duel and really softened up. Guidance was the one who got the trip. Louis Perez for trainer Ilmar Loaiza. Patience can go a long way in some of those races, especially we're talking about the routes here at Finger Lakes, and it was Guidance. Nice patient ride by Perez, gets the victory for Loaiza and the Salvados. Now we're gonna go distance here. Talk about having some patience. 1.25 miles is the route distance. It is a starter optional claiming race. I think they're all in for the starter conditions anyway. Exacta Super Daily Double Pick 3 and the $1 Pick 6 starts with this race, and pretty competitive field. It's a field that doesn't have a lot of strong breeding for the extra distance, but there are some horses that have proven that they can go the extra distance. Horse Be With You coming off a good effort. He'll have to take that a little further. He won the 1 state bred against a pretty solid field. He did get a nice trip sitting behind a solid pace. Not really that great bred for the distance, but he did win going 1 1/8 at Park. So Horse Be With You has at least proven he can win going 1 1/8. Comes off a good-looking victory in the 1 state bred. This isn't any tougher. He's going to be pretty solid in here. He's at odds of 7-2 early anyway. Coach Bahi is a price right now on the board, double digits, and not sure why. The horse is very consistent, running against the starter conditions, and was running up against horses like Uno and Royal Suspect. No such rivals in here, and he got a sharp don't poke the cat last time, where he found himself a little further back than normal in that race, so made kind of a middle move before flattening out. Would expect it to be a little bit closer to Fire's Finale, who is going to be the speed in here. And if that one backs up, he'll be a first run on the rest of them. Coach Bahi, logical horse, I thought, but he's at odds of 9-1. Now, the big favorite, no question, is going to be the 2, Fire's Finale. He's going to be the front runner. He's going to be the horse that they're going to have to catch in here. Last time he was at Finger Lakes in a starter, he got caught by the closer, Don't Poke the Cat. He tried to get away, but he ended up going a little quicker to the half at 47 and change, and just couldn't sustain that speed, even though he opened up on his pace partners. Last time was in a spot where he just had no shot. I mean, he's chasing a 46. He actually had the lead in 46, I should say, and then stopped. I mean, this horse has got to do 48. If they go faster, the 48 or faster for 1.25 miles, he's just not going to last. And that's the question: do they keep him honest? Because if he's out there and able to slow it down, he will be tough to catch. But if he's got to do 48 or faster, he'll probably most likely come back to him. The 1 horse Kingfish, yeah, he needs some distance for his run. He's slow early. He's a big, good-looking horse, so he's going to be a little sluggish on the early stages, getting his stride going. But when he does, he comes rolling, and he's in good form right now. It's just the question is he as good as some of these other rivals in the starter condition? Guess we'll find out. He's by Curlin, so you know he can go long. Exacta Super Daily Double Pick 3 and the $1 Pick 6 starts with race number 3.
And bugler Seth Merrow has the horses coming onto the track for race 3, a 1.25-mile event. 3-year-olds and up, starter allowance conditions. Clear of change, no changes in the third. Let's get to the parade, beginning with number 1, Kingfish, Cabercoa. 2 Fires, Finale, Nazario Alvarado. 3 Horse Be With You, John Davila Jr. and Chris Engelhart looking for doubles. 4 Our Man Mike, Sofia Vives. And the 5 is Coach Bahi, Kevin Navarro. A field of 5 in the third, starting our Wednesday pick 6, $1 minimum wager. Old school style pick 6, starting in about 3 minutes. All right, a quintet here in the third. Sofia Vivas in town. I think that's a better way to pronounce her name. My apologies, Sophia. She's aboard the 4 Our Man Mike. This is a very contentious group of 5. The board kind of indicates it. Fires Finales 8-5. Horse Be With You 2-1. Our Man Mike 5-2. A nice price on Kingfish and Coach Bahi. 3 Horse Be With You will be my top pick. Good enough to win the estate bred recently on the 18th of September. There's a horse who won a 1.125 race at Parks against 7,500. Now winners of 4 lifetime back in late March. Engelhart Management, Jacob Allen, Scott Papajohn, they all thought enough to claim Horse Be With You for $5,000 in early April. Talk about a heads-up claim right there. Pretty sharp claim. Brought him here to Finger Lakes, put him right into a starter allowance race, sprinting, gave him that race, and then he comes back and captures the state bred. They are already out of their money. Nice claim by the connections. Horse Be With You, he will be my top pick. He can make his own trip. Fires Finale's going to go to the pace. Maybe Coach Bahi tries to stay close. Horse Be With You could be in a good stocking position. 3 will be my top pick. 2 Fires Finale, boy, when he's good, he's really good. A couple of victories this season here at Finger Lakes have been pretty eye-catching. His very first start on the 29th of May, I believe that was Memorial Day, he won by nearly 9 lengths, and he looked sensational. Hasn't had the best of luck against the starter allowance competition. He looked super good winning that 62.50 on the 31st of July here at Finger Lakes, going 1.125 miles. He's a freewheeler. He's going to be on the lead. He'll take them as long as he can with the top spot. He's dangerous, no question about it. 5 Coach Bahi's offering some value. Pretty interesting that Horse Be With You just defeated Honorable Avenue. Well, that's who Coach Bahi beat on the 19th of July. Horse Be With You is 2-1, and Coach Bahi is 7-1. So quite a discrepancy in odds, despite both of them having on their resume defeating a similar rival. Coach Bahi has the ability to lay close to the pace, and his price is pretty intriguing. Outside horses have been performing well this week here at Finger Lakes. I give him a little bit of a look in an upset role. 3-2-5 in race 3, starting our Wednesday pick 6. Post time in a minute. Nearing the gate. It's post time for the third race. Classic mile and a quarter distance. Kingfish will be the first one in. Fires Finale, the freewheeler. He is the even money favorite. Horse Be With You is 2-1. We haven't run many mile and a quarter races in my tenure here at Finger Lakes. I believe this is our second of the season. Racing Secretary Jerry Richards has implemented a long distance series, which will conclude here in a couple of weeks. The North Warning Series, a mile and 11/16. That should be pretty interesting. Here's our man Mike, who won the mile and a quarter race earlier this year, and Coach Bahi will be the last of the quintet. Ready for the Wednesday pick six. And there they go. Our man Mike is up close. Horse Be With You is there. Fires Finale normally on the lead. Didn't get away the cleanest. He is making up ground. Have to assume he's going to pick up the pace along the inside. Fires Finale, Horse Be With You. Coach Bahi settles into a nice stride from the outside. Our man Mike comes away running in fourth, and Kingfish is the last of all. Under the wire for the first time. A little bit of pace on for this mile and a quarter. Fires Finale lathered up, and he's eager to go. Horse Be With You right alongside. Nice trip for Coach Bahi, up close to the action, securing a very, very comfortable stalking position. Our man Mike and Kingfish are content to be at the back. So Fires Finale has established the lead, better than a length to Horse Be With You. Coach Bahi content with his rhythmic stride in the third spot, and he's a little more than 3 off the lead as they're trying to slow it down up front. Break of more than 3 lengths to Kingfish, and our man Mike, we'll call it 6 lengths from first to last. 24-1, good opening quarter for a mile and a quarter affair, especially here at Finger Lakes, the half and 48 4/5. Fires Finale stretches the lead to 2 lengths. Horse Be With You, his closest pursuer. Coach Bahi still in third, little less than 4 off the lead, and he's trying to begin a move, taking closer order. Our man Mike, 5 lengths off the pace. Kingfish is the last of all. 3/4, 114 3. A Fires Finale, Horse Be With You. Coach Bahi third. Our man Mike, 3.5 off the lead at the 3/8. And Kingfish has work to do at the back marker. Fires Finale, Horse Be With You. Coach Bahi still in third. Our man Mike up the inside. Fires Finale still with the lead. Horse Be With You is going to turn up the pressure. Here's Coach Bahi looking like a player. Where's Coach Bahi going? He makes a decisive move into the 2 path, and he's quickening for the top spot. Outside of our man Mike, Fires Finale gives way. Horse Be With You, Coach Bahi, our man Mike. Coach Bahi, the leader at the 8th pole. Horse Be With You right there with him. In third is our man Mike. Coach Bahi, the one offering the value on the board. Coach Bahi. Coach Bahi wins it. Second got tight on the line. Horse Be With You, and our man Mike. Fires Finale in fourth. Kingfish didn't fire this afternoon at the back marker. Coach Bahi with a nice trip. Nice patient ride by Kevin Navarro. He allowed Coach Bahi to get into a rhythmic stride through the early stages. And it was a decisive move into the two-path at the top of the lane. And Coach Bahi is a nice 5-1 in the upset. 2 minutes 7 and 82/100ths, the final running time from the third. Photo required for the second spot. Three Horse Be With You second. Third place for Our Man Mike. Fourth place Two Fires Finale. Coach Bahi, 2 out of 3, his 6th career victory. A 6-year-old dark bear brown gelding by Take Charge Indy out of the Dam Bubble. Owned by Windy Leaf Farm LLC. Winning trainer John Buckley. Winning jockey Kevin Navarro. Coach Bahi was bred in Kentucky by Marybelle Stable LLC. And race 3 is official. 6-5 double, $146.50. 5-3 exacta, $48.60. 5-3-4 trifecta, $26. 10-cent super, 5-3-4-2, $23.42. On to the fourth race. 2, 4, and 5 all carry 1 pound over. Our fourth race will start our Wednesday pick 5. Post time in about 21 minutes at 2:47.
All right, get ready for race number 4. And Coach Bahi, I mean, that horse was a pretty decent price in there for as good as consistent as he is. But Kevin Navarro guides that one to victory for trainer John Buckley. That'll start off the $1 pick 6. Fourth race, an allowance event for fillies and mares, never won 3 condition. And you see we got 6 betting interests and no real heavy favorite in here. Pretty competitive race. Got a bunch of 3-year-olds. A few of them ran together in the Niagara Stakes. That's a 3-year-old event for the New York bred fillies. If you remember, Wait, Don't Tell Me won that race with Warsaichi and Lockbox second and third. So the 3 of them all in this race as well. And then you got a couple new shooters, including a 5-year-old mare, Fancy Feline, who's been running against the one other thens in New York. And she figures to be prominent here. Not a lot of early speed, going 5.5, but she has faced some tougher competition too. I landed on the 5, Warsaichi, mainly because of the distance. It's 5.5 furlongs. She's been going 6 furlongs, and she's stopping late in the 3/4. I think a couple of those races she might have won at 5.5. And notice she's added Lasix the last couple of races, and the first time she had Lasix, it seemed like she held on a little bit better. She just wasn't able to hold off She's a Wild Joker after having a pressured pace. Last time, yeah, she ran against Little Miss Sunshine, Golden Moonlight, who are arguably the top 2 3-year-old fillies on the grounds. So shortening up to 5.5, I think Warsaichi, if she can deal with War Tapped and even clear War Tapped, maybe can go all the way in here. And you're going to get a little value because I think most of the play is going to be on the outside horse. The 6 Fancy Feline could be a big favorite because she's coming out of those one other thens. Comes out of race 1 by Missing Fortune. Missing Fortune trained by Dana Saul. Big effort from that one at Saratoga. Easy Play's another horse that runs here. She ran 3rd in that particular race. Again, you're facing some multiple winners in that one other than condition. She had run 2nd behind a Next Style winner in her prior start. So she's obviously a player in here, but you got to look at pace scenario, and she's going to have to overcome it if the 5 clears the 4 early and they don't go that fast. But she's definitely a player and going to be the favorite, and deservedly so. The 2-horse, Wait, Don't Tell Me, her last race is too bad to believe. But if you look at her previous start, she didn't miss the board in her previous 4. Plus, she won the Niagara Stakes. She ran down Warsaichi going 6 furlongs in a non-Lasix race. Well, she's got to face that rival and others in here, but it's only 5.5, and they're all got Lasix today. So Wait, Don't Tell Me definitely has a shot in here as well, but she's got a rebound from that prior start last time. Maybe it's just a case of the pace not backing up to her. The 4 is War Tapped, claimed that was the stablemate of Warsaichi. She ran 3rd to True Empress, who's a pretty good one here at Finger Lakes, and that was going 5.5. Last time just couldn't sustain her speed against an easier field, and she went 23 and 47. Really, it's hard to find an excuse for War Tapped last time, but now steps up off of the claim. She'll have to run better than what she did last time. But that's some of the contenders in the 4th. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double, and the pick 5 starts with this race.
Coming onto the track for the fourth race, 5 fillies, 1 mare, an allowance race. 3-year-olds and up, non-winners of 3 races, 5.5 furlongs. 2, 4, and 5 all carry 1 pound over the weight. Race 4 will commence the Wednesday pick 5 and post time in about 4 minutes. Here's the field 1 lockbox, Christian Navarro. 2 is Wait, Don't Tell Me, Louis Perez looking for a riding double. 3 is Jackson Avenue, Jackie Davis. 4 is War Tapped, Kaber Koa. Her former stablemate 5, Warsaichi, John Davila Jr., Chris Engelhart looking for doubles. And the lone mare, 6 Fancy Feline, Jeremias Flores. A little more than 3 minutes until the start of the pick 5 on this beautiful Wednesday afternoon. Gorgeous Wednesday afternoon here in Western New York. Pick 5 time on the Wednesday card, and I'll tell you what, 6 Fancy Feline will be my top pick. Outside posts are 3 for 3 this afternoon. Outside posts have fared very well this week. Looks like she will get some pace to chase. Lockbox, War Tapped, and former stablemate Warsaichi all figure to be amongst the early action. Could shape up beautifully for Fancy Feline, a lone mare against a bunch of 3-year-old fillies and a 4-year-old filly named Jackson Avenue. So she has a physical edge, probably more mature than her rivals. Should put in a good circling bid through the turn. See if she can come with this stride. I watched her replay 2 back on the 9th of July, and that's what sold me on Fancy Feline here in race 4. 5 Warsaichi makes the most sense of the 3-year-old fillies. She was good enough to almost win the Niagara against Wait, Don't Tell Me. Warsaichi should be forwardly positioned. She does have the outside post versus her other 2 speed rivals from the inside. Give Warsaichi a little bit of a look if you think you can get through Fancy Feline. 3 Jackson Avenue is a 4-year-old, the lone 4-year-old, and she comes with a good stretch run if there is plenty of pace, as I am anticipating. I've endorsed Fancy Feline. It makes a lot of sense to also talk about Jackson Avenue and Wait, Don't Tell Me. They are both legitimate come-from-behind types. Jackson Avenue look good winning 2-back. Wait, Don't Tell Me look good winning the Niagara. 6, 5, 3, 2 in race 4, starting our pick 5. 1 minute, post time in a minute. It's post time for the 4th race. 5 Warsaichi, 6-5 favorite. Lockbox is in for the Queen Bee, Adrian D'Alessandro. There's Wait, Don't Tell Me, the Niagara champion, defeating Warsaichi earlier this season. Jackson Avenue, the lone 4-year-old. There's War Tapped, former stablemate to Warsaichi. And then we'll get the lone mare, Fancy Feline, to the outside. Warsaichi even money, Fancy Feline at 2-1. Ready for the start of the Wednesday pick 5. And there they go. War Tapped and Warsaichi show good speed, and Lockbox wants to be forwardly positioned from the inside. Looks like she's going to try to sit a trip and get away from the inside. Lockbox maneuvering into the clear. After her, Wait, Don't Tell Me, Jackson Avenue, and Fancy Feline from the far outside. And the former stablemate showing no love for one another. Warsaichi and War Tapped. Warsaichi clearing away. They rock and roll to the 3/8. Lockbox is a good 7 or 8 off the pace. Here's Fancy Feline trying to pick up her stride with Wait, Don't Tell Me. And Jackson Avenue's at the back, 22 2/5. They went quick early. They're coming back. It's Warsaichi and War Tapped. 3 lengths separates them. Here comes Lockbox up the inside. Wait, Don't Tell Me. And Fancy Feline with the circling move to the far outside. Now trying to pick up her best stride. Warsaichi's the leader. Wait, Don't Tell Me comes a calling with Fancy Feline and Lockbox. Warsaichi still clear at the 8th pole. Here comes Wait, Don't Tell Me. Here's Fancy Feline to the far outside. Wait, Don't Tell Me. Wait, Don't Tell Me wins the money. 2nd and 3rd involving a Fancy Feline and Warsaichi. And 4th place to Jackson Avenue. Race looked like it had an abundant amount of pace on paper, and one of the late players, Wait, Don't Tell Me, the Niagara champion earlier this season, gets it done at 3-1. 1 minute 5 and 74 100ths the final time. Pretty tight for second. Make sure to hold all tickets. Second place, 5, Warsaichi. 3rd place, number 6, Fancy Feline. 4th place, 3, Jackson Avenue. Wait, don't tell me. A 3-year-old a bay filly by Mucho Macho Man out of the dam Ioli's Choice. Owned by Gags Racing Stable LLC along with M. Anthony Ferraro. M. Anthony is the winning trainer. It's a riding double for the Diamond Man, Louis Perez. Race 4 is official. 2-5-6-3. The double 5-2, $48.20. A 2-5 exacta, $20.80. 2-5-6 trifecta, $15.25. 2-5-6-3, 10-cent super, $8 and a couple of pennies. Early pick 3, 6-5-2, $155.50. 6 with 6 with 5 with 2. The early pick 4, $338. Late pick 4 coming up next. Scratch 6, Misty Gale. 3, Lady Quinn, 1 pound over. Our 5th race in about 22 minutes at 3:17.
getting ready for race number 5, and talk about getting a good trip. Wait, don't tell me, able to save ground, and the pace took its toll on Warsaichi as War Tapped was on a mission. Off of the claims, went right after her stablemate. Warsaichi clearly quicker than the other one, but she did everything she could to soften that one up a little bit, and wait, don't tell me was the beneficiary. Louis Perez for trainer M. Anthony Ferraro starts the pick 5. Got a little help from the friend, War Tapped. Fifth race goes the distance of 6 furlongs. The current favorite, well, you got a couple horses getting some play. You got Amore Fire and Georgie's Ladies. A lot of early play for Amore Fire, but Georgie's Lady looked like the one that could have an outside stocky trip and pounce when the time is right, as this one comes off a second place finish behind a good looking winner in Brisky Frolic, and that was going 5.5 furlongs. Gets an extra half furlong today. Looks like she's going to get enough of a pace to chase after, and should be there in the mix somewhere and might be able to get the right kind of trip to win here. The 4 horse is Motley Sue. She is one of the speeds, probably the speed of the speed. It's just a matter of how much pressure she's going to have to endure here going 6 furlongs. But she does drop to 11-9 off of a little bit of a layoff since June. First time going 6 furlongs for Motley Sue, so this is a kind of a little bit of a stretch out for her off of a layoff, because she's been going mostly 5.5 furlongs. But if she's able to get out there and relax enough without a lot of pressure, she's got a chance to go all the way. But you got to think Amore Fire or Lady Quinn might try to keep her honest. Now, Amore Fire has been in good form. She dropped, and since dropping, she's had a first and a second. Her second was behind her stablemate, Sweet Invasion, but that was a good effort by Amore Fire. She shortens up to 5.5, she stays at 6 furlongs. And at 6 furlongs, that was where her victory was. Actually, both her career wins have been at the 3/4 distance. And she's getting a lot of early action right now at odds of 7-5. Looks like the pressing speed outside of Motley Sue. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and pick 4 starts in the 5th. Got 9 minutes to post. Scratch 6, Misty Gale.
5 fillies, 1 mare, race 5, $11,000 to $9,000 claimers, a 6 furlong affair, non-winners of 3 races. Scratch 6, Misty Gale. 3 Lady Quinn, 1 pound over, first leg of our late pick 4, post time in a little more than 4 minutes. There's the field, 1 Tasty Wave, Jackie Davis. 2 is Magnificent Mags, Jose Ventura. Next will be number 3, Lady Quinn, Cabercoa. 4 is Motley Sue, John Davila Jr., Chris Englehart, Ron Ciceri, all looking for doubles. 5 is Amore Fire, Michael Davila Jr., she's looking for 2 out of 3. Once again, scratch the 6, Misty Gale. 7 is Georgie's Ladies, Louis Perez, looking for a riding triple. A little more than 3 minutes until the 5th, starting our late pick 4. Race 5, a contentious group of fillies and mares. 5 fillies, 1 mare, Magnificent Mags, the lone mare. My top selection is 7, Georgie's Ladies. Georgie's Ladies has done pretty good running this season here at Finger Lakes. 5 appearances, 2 wins, 3 seconds. Hard to fault any of her affairs this season. She has done good work. 6 furlongs. Shouldn't be a problem. She did have this distance on the 23rd of August. Came up a little light in the final furlong, but she needed that affair. She had been away for 6 or 7 weeks and kind of came up a little empty in the final furlong. Her subsequent start was a winning one. I think she makes a lot of sense. Motley Sue likes to be forwardly positioned. Amore Fire could also be part of the pace. It's not like both of them can really fly early, so Georgie's Ladies has the ability to oversee the affair with her wide post, or her outside post, not wide, but outside is a much appropriate way of phrasing it. Let's give Georgie's Ladies the top nod here in race 5. She's currently a 2-1. 5 Amore Fire makes a lot of sense, and she is the current favorite at 9-5. She's been pretty tough for the $11,000 tag in her last couple of starts. She ran some decent races earlier this season and last year against better competition. Since venturing into the $11,000 tag, it's been a win and a second place finish. The good thing about her is she likes to be forwardly positioned. She can adjust to any pace presented to her. She can either make the lead or stalk smartly. She makes a lot of sense. She is definitely one of the top contenders. For Motley Sue drops into this $11,000 for the first time. It's the first time in her career she's eligible to be claimed. She started her career against maiden special weights as a 3-year-old last season, and this year she was able to graduate against the maiden special weights of tumbles and journey of 5. Both of those two are a little suspect, with all due respect. Since then, she finished third, I should say, in the allowance N2L against Misty Gale and Amore Fire, and then she was able to defeat Capital Gal and Unbridled's Reign. She likes to be forwardly placed, but it's not like she really goes that quick. A lot of times when she's had success, in fact, if you look at all of her half-mile splits, they're a little bit less than ideal for sprinting. 47 and 48 is what Motley Sue brings to the table. I think the 11,000 makes a lot of sense for her. We'll see where she lands out of the starting gate. And then 3, Lady Quinn. Lady Quinn, somewhat of a model of consistency in 4 starts this season with 2 seconds and 2/3, all for the 11 tag. She makes a lot of sense. She's had some trouble getting away from the starting gate. At least she did a couple of races ago when she broke in the 5th position in a field of 6, and then she kind of rushed up just a little bit. We'll see. Her best race makes her somewhat competitive in this group. It's pretty contentious. 7-5, 4-3 to start our late pick 4. If you're trying to get some separation, perhaps it's in race 7 with the 5 Stimulus Check, one of my better bets on the card. We'll see how the late pick 4 plays out. Post time in a couple of minutes. nearing the gate. It's post time for the 5th race. 7 Georgie's Ladies 9-5, 4 Motley Sioux, a 2-1, 5 Amore Fire 5-2. Pretty contentious first leg of our late pick 4. And just like the previous race, 5 fillies and 1 mare. Magnificent Mags, the big long shot, is the lone mare. There's Tasty Wave, the lone mare, Magnificent Mags. There's Lady Quinn. Motley Sioux. Ron Ciceri, Chris Englehart, John Davila Jr. won the opener with Nobody Rides for Free. There's River Card Stables, Amore Fire. Georgie's Ladies will be the last one to load to the outside. Late pick 4 time, and there they go. Quick start for Motley Sioux. Georgie's Ladies is also there. Amore Fire showing the best speed outside of Motley Sioux. Georgie's Ladies is third. Tasty Wave up close to the action from the rail. Then Lady Quinn and Magnificent Mags is the last of 6. Here comes Tasty Wave from the rail trying to punch on through. And Tasty Wave joins Motley Sioux and Amore Fire. Georgie's Ladies gets a nice trip. She's stalking from the far outside, overseeing the affair. Lady Quinn's in a good spot heading into the turn. Look at her. Shapes up nicely for her in behind the 4 leaders with 3 to find midway through the turn. At the tail of the field is Magnificent Mags. Georgie's Ladies with the overland route has the lead, and also their Tasty Wave from the rail. Motley Sioux gives way just a bit. Amore Fire still in the battling line, and here comes Lady Quinn tipping to the extreme outside, trying to come and get Georgie's Ladies. Georgie's Ladies, the leader at the 3/16. Tasty Wave second. Lady Quinn with this wide charge. Georgie's Ladies at the 8th pole, coming under left-handed urging. Lady Quinn's trying to come and get her. Here's Lady Quinn to the outside. Lady Quinn and Georgie's Ladies. Lady Quinn, Georgie's Ladies. Lady Quinn. Lady Quinn from Georgie's Ladies, then Tasty Wave and Amore Fire checked in 4th. Lady Quinn, nice ride by Caber Coa. Boy, she was in a beautiful spot heading into the turn, in behind the 4 leaders. Caber tipped her out to the extreme outside for the final 3/16. And she comes with a solid run, reeling in Georgie's Ladies. 112 and 86 100ths the final time. 3, Lady Quinn has been posted first. Second place 7, Georgie's Ladies. Third place 1, Tasty Wave. Fourth place 5, Amore Fire. Lady Quinn makes her way into the winner's circle. A 3-year-old dark pair brown filly by Central, a banker out of the dam. Wrigley Ivy, owned and trained by M. Anthony Ferraro. Back-to-back for M. Anthony, winning jockey Kay Burkoa. Lady Quinn was bred in New York by Michael Lauer and Ralph Piercy. Race 5 is official. 2-3 Junior Bacon Double, $46.20. 3-7 Exacta, $28.20. 3-7-1 Trifecta, $19.37. 3-7-1-5, 10-cent Super, $9.77. 5-2-3 Pick 3, $76.25. Late Pick 3 starts in race 6. Scratch 7, Admire My Crown. Race 6, 22 minutes away. 3:47 is the post time.
Okay, getting ready for race number 6. And yeah, really good tactics by M. Anthony Ferraro and Keeber Koa as Georgie's Lays a little too close to that pace and moved a little early on a track that really hasn't been that great for uh, the early speed. And the the late move was the best move as Lady Quinn able to run down Georgie's Lays. Kind of a change in tactics as Lady Quinn usually a little closer than that, but was very patient, and patience is a virtue sometimes, and that one will start off the pick 4. 6th race, an allowance race. Fillies and Bears have never won 2, going 5.5 furlongs. Pretty wide open race here for the 6th. And yeah, they're pretty evenly matched. You look at where some of the money is. You got a 2-to-1 shot and a 5-to-2 shot with Mommy Mojo Dreams off of the maiden against Easier. He's 2-to-1, but has been improving. Maddie Surprise ran a good race last time, making a nice outside move at the best last race buyer, going a little further, 6 furlongs. She looked good breaking her maiden, but she did take advantage of a paceless race that day. Your closers in the race, well, you got Devilly, who made a nice move, was caught behind horses last time. Tumble steps up in class. Star Speaker, turning back a distance, might put in a late run. It's just a big question of how this pace plays out. Last time that My Sweet Summer and Star's Delight met up, they got in a speed duel. So let's see if that occurs again. You would expect My Sweet Summer to run a better race, coming off a layoff, getting some works in, nice works in. Very well bred out of a dam by Mineshaft. A $75,000 weanling that's a half to a multiple graded stakes winner. And she was well met. I mean, her first start was at Saratoga against 2-year-old maiden special weights, and it wasn't like she ran that bad, ran into a real nice one. And then her next start, first start as a 3-year-old, she won, and that was at the fairgrounds. Hasn't shown much since, but last time, again, she got in that speed duel and stopped in that race. So deserves another chance at 5.5. She is right now is at odds of 6-1, maybe up against it a little bit after watching the first 5 races, but she might be better than these. It's a good sign that she stays at the allowance level. The 2-horse could be the closer in here. Look for this one to be rolling late. Again, she did have a little bit of trouble last race. She just couldn't get the room that she needed. Not saying she would have won the race, as Miss Stones ran a big one. Miss Stones and Star's Delight, they really didn't back up. The two of them just kind of battled and went to the wire together. But Devilly looked like she had a little bit of run, but nowhere to go. And it wasn't like she checked or anything, but she was behind horses with some dirt kicked in her face and everything, and just couldn't get through. So maybe another chance today if she can swing out and make a late run on the outside, she might have some impact in here. She's currently at odds of 6-1. The 4-horse, Mommy Joe Dreams, the numbers are good. Ran second to the scratched favorite, Admire My Crown. And then last time she ran good to get up to win over a horse that came back to win. So she's going good, and she's an improving horse. She was at the 11-9 level over the summer, and since stepping up, she's actually run better. So maybe not out of the question with the last number that she got. And she's getting some play right now at odds of 9-5. Then you got the outside horse, Star's Delight. At least she's the outside of the speed. She held well last time to run second. Miss Stones just out-battled her to the wire, and that was after getting in the speed duel the race before with My Sweet Summer. Well, she's outside My Sweet Summer again, so she's going to have to play presser here, but it is a shorter 5.5 furlongs, so both of them could hang around a little better depending on how fast they go early on this racetrack. So Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts in race number 6. We scratch the 7, Admire My Crown.
Race 6, field of 7, 6 fillies, 1 mare, allowance conditions, a sprint at 5.5 furlongs, 3-year-olds and up, non-winners of 2 races, scratch 7, admire my crown. Race 6 starts our late pick 3, post time in a little more than 3 minutes. Here's the field, beginning with number 1, Tumble, Stephen Frett. 2 is Devilly, Emmanuel Di Diego. 3 is Maddie Surprise, the lone mare is the current favorite at 2-1 with Jackie Davis. 4 is Mommy Joe Dreams, Kevin Navarro, John Buckley looking for doubles. 5 is My Sweet Summer, Cabercoa looking for back-to-back trips to the winner's circle. Here's the other John Buckley trainee. That's the 6-star speaker, Louis Perez, looking for a riding triple. Over in the 6 furlong chute is the 8 Stars Delight with Jose Baez. That's the group for race 6. Couple minutes until post time. Race 6 starts our late pick 3. 5, My Sweet Summer, my top pick. 9-5. Very well respected on the 22nd of August. Didn't break the greatest and kind of rushed up, backpedaled thereafter. Did have to duel with Stars Delight. Hopefully a better break can land My Sweet Summer with the top spot. Cabercoa looking for back-to-back victories. Getting a little bit of a price this afternoon, 4-1. If you liked her on the 22nd of August, today's a good day to come back with her. A much better price this afternoon. Like her spacing, she has nice works in between. Let's give My Sweet Summer the nod with the top selection. 8 Stars Delight has done some pretty good running in her brief 3-race career. Never worse than 3rd. Good-looking debut victory. Somewhat disappointment on the 22nd of August, but she was battling with My Sweet Summer. That is the question mark here in race 6. Will these two slug it out with one another? If so, it could hinder both of their chances to succeed. Stars Delight, my second pick. 4, Mommy Joe Dreams was a decent winner on the 12th of September. The runner-up came back and got to the winner's circle. Time before that, she ran up against Admire My Crown, who scratched out of this affair. Mommy Joe Dreams seems to be trending in the right direction. She looks to make it 2 in a row. 3, Maddie Surprise ran well when dropping in against the 11 ranks. Second to Boy Is She a Lady. Boy Is She a Lady has had Maddie's number this season. She's glad to not see her in this affair. 2 races ago in a similar spot, she was 15-1. She's 5-2 on the board. On the 12th of September, she was 15-1 in a similar race. 5-8-4-3 in race 6, starting our late pick 3. Post time in a minute. It's post time for the 6th. Field of 7, 6 fillies, 1 mare. Maddie surprised the alone mare. 8 Stars Delight is our 2-1 favorite. 5 My Sweet Summer, 3-1. Very contentious race here. Lots of toad support for both Maddie Surprise and Mommy Joe Dreams. They are both 7-2 in the wagering. And we're working on tumbles. Tumbles is the big long shot at 30-1. Just a little bit of reluctancy from Tumbles. Looks like Stars Delight has already secured her spot to the far outside. Here comes Devilly. Maddie's Surprise will be next. Mommy Joe Dreams, 1 of 2 for John Buckley, stablemate to Star Speaker. Here's My Sweet Summer. And Star Speaker will be the last one to load. She is 24-1 in the wagering. Stars Delight at 2-1, My Sweet Summer 5-2. And there they go. Much better start this afternoon for My Sweet Summer. Devilly not that quickly away. Stars Delight is the quickest. In the second spot, Mommy Joe Dreams with Tumbles, and also there with them is My Sweet Summer from the far outside. They go to Star Speaker. Devilly tries to make up ground after the awkward beginning, and at the back is Maddie Surprise. Stars Delight with the killer crossover, a length and a half to Mommy Joe Dreams. Tumbles from the rail, My Sweet Summer 3 deep. Devilly has the white silks in the 2-path, will have to overcome some traffic. She has to bide her time. Here's Star Speaker advancing with her wide run, and at the back is Maddie Surprise. So Stars Delight has the lead. My Sweet Summer makes her run. Star Speaker outrunning her odds. I'm going to Mommy Joe Dreams. Tough trip so far for Devilly. Never been able to lengthen that stride. In the lane, Stars Delight. Stars Delight has the lead at the 3/16. Repelling the bit of My Sweet Summer and Star Speaker. And further out is Mommy Joe Dreams. Stars Delight. My Sweet Summer continues. Here's Mommy Joe Dreams picking up her best stride. Stars Delight tends to her business. Mommy Joe Dreams late on the scene. Stars Delight. Stars Delight from Mommy Joe Dreams. Tumbles at a big number for 3rd. Then My Sweet Summer 4th for the Superfecta. Nice horse race, 8 Stars Delight, gate to wire. Good effort from the 4, Mommy Joe Dreams in defeat. 3rd and 4th requiring a photo. Make sure to hold all tickets. 1 minute 6 and 34 100ths the final time. Third place, 1 Tumbles at a big price. 4th place, 5 My Sweet Summer. 8-4-1-5 unofficially in race 6. Here's Stars Delight in the winner's circle. 3-year-old Bay filly by Central Banker out of the Utopia mare Jitney, owned by Team Millennium Stable. Shuffle up and deal with the Tiz and Norelli, with Stacy Torelli in the Niz. That's the way to say it. Jose Baez, the winning jockey, homebred here by Team Millennium Stable, New York Stars Delight. Niz and Torelli on fire with a couple of wins yesterday and right back at it here in race 6. It's official, 8415, the double 3, $41.20. 8-4 exacta, $32.20. 841 trifecta, $89.37. 10-cent super, 8415, $106.70. Late daily double will start in race 7. Scratch 1, La Cafetera. Jose Baez looking to make it back-to-back trips to the winner's circle. He will pick up the mount aboard 7, the New Miami. 7th race is in about 24 minutes at 4:19.
All right, getting ready for race number 7. Yeah, that was a tricky race, and when My Sweet Summer opted to change tactics, it really played to the benefit of Stars Delight, was able to clear easy, and when you get that easy a lead, she's not coming back at 5.5 furlongs. So, yeah, it was interesting tactics by My Sweet Summer, but Stars Delight benefited. Jose Baez for the Niz and Torelli. Niz with a couple wins yesterday gets another victory in the 6th. We go to the 7th and scratch the 1, La Cafetera. Yeah, some early play for Stimulus Check. Stimulus Check taking advantage of the pace scenario last time. There was absolutely no speed, but she still went relatively quick, and it was against a much tougher group. I mean, Take Charge Christie is one of the best older fillies and mares on the grounds, and she was hung in there for a while, going 6 furlongs before giving up. She's not even really a horse that's got early speed. It was just a paceless race, and she took the initiative. So we'll see what the tactics are today for Stimulus Check. Seems like she's a little bit better than the horses in this condition in this race, and she's currently at 8-5. The other horse getting play, Left Leaning Lucy at 9-5. A lot more seconds and thirds than wins in her 41 starts. She's 3 for 41, obviously still eligible for the 4 lifetime. Yeah, a lot of I mean, she fits nicely. The numbers are better than these horses, but no wins at the distance, never won at Finger Lakes, and all those seconds and thirds are concerning. Maybe this is a field that she could beat because it's one of the easier fields that she'll face in this condition. Wabansie could be the inside speed of the race. She was just beat by a better horse who was aggressive, and Amazing Dottie. That one was facing better competition earlier in the year. Got the lead over Small Pebbles, and those two really laid over the field as far as quality and class-wise. So she wasn't at that level of Amazing Dottie and Small Pebbles, but there's no such rival in this race, and she had won 2 in a row in the claiming condition. So this is the type of race that if she runs her best race, she could win. And she's a better horse this year. You see her in those 2 races against the claimers. She looked good in both of them. Maybe she could bounce back off of the defeat to get back to the winner's circle. Wabansie at odds of 5-1. So those are some of the contenders for the 7th. We start the last double. Scratch the 1, La Cafetera.
Coming onto the track for the 7th race, scratch 1, La Cafetera. New York breds, fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up, first state bred, sprinting at 5.5 furlongs. Jose Baez, new jockey 7, the new Miami. Let's meet the group, beginning with number 3, Wabanzi. She is gunning for 3 out of 4. Joel Saunier is her jockey. 4 is left-leaning Alusi with Jeremiah Flores, co-favorite at 2-1. With 5, Stimulus Check, Cabercoa looking for a riding double. 6 is Skip the Parade. 7, the new Miami, Jose Baez looking for back-to-back trips to the winner's circle. And 2 of the gals Skip the Parade, number 2, Ramon and Jackie Davis. And 6, Trivia with Joel Cruz. Fillies and mares in the 7th, beginning our late daily double. Seventh race, New York breds, fillies and mares. Unlike the trend of the afternoon, this race features more mares than fillies. Wabanzi is the lone filly versus 5 mares, so a field of 6 New York breds, first state bred condition. I like the 5 Stimulus Check. I'll take her price right now at 9-5. She's run some races this season that I think could get her to the winner's circle. Or I should say she ran some races last season. Much improved effort in her last 2 starts. You know, obviously she needed that comeback bid on the 9th of August. Came back relatively quick 12 days later, ran a good second at Presque Isle. Ventured here to Finger Lakes, ventured back to Finger Lakes in the middle of the month of September and ran a very good 4th. That was against much better. Take Charge Christie, Eros' girl. That's very, very good competition. Stimulus Check doesn't really have to deal with any of those sorts in this spot. And I think she should be in a good spot. As they turn into the lane, you could see Wabanzi and Trivia perhaps setting up the pace. Maybe Stimulus Check takes it right to him. I'd like to see her with a target. I've seen this gal run over the years here at Finger Lakes, and I think she's a little bit better when she gets pace to pursue, a target to chase. Hopefully she falls into that trip. You don't have to worry about it with Cabercoa. He will negotiate the best trip for Stimulus Check to get her to the winner's circle. She's my top pick at a 9-5. Don't know if that's good for Stimulus Check because all my underneath selections are outperforming my top pick this afternoon. After that, I looked at 6 Trivia. I thought Trivia will run a good race in this spot. She probably will be a nice price, and she is at 6-1. She's tried the first state bred on a few occasions. She's had some races last year where she ran 3rds and 2nds behind Betty Smile and Isle Storm. Her 3rd place finish to Banker's Daughter and Easy Play. Easy Play's a good one. Easy Play looked good in defeat the other day. Trivia should be forwardly positioned. She enters this one on a good note. She has had trouble getting to the winner's circle in back-to-back trips throughout her career. Seems like she runs a good race, then she'll kind of throw a little bit of a dud, come back with a good race, a couple of subpar efforts. It'd be nice to see her put it back-to-back ends. She has been given ample time to come back to this spot, and I think with the lack of pace, she's definitely worthy of consideration. Same for the 3 Wabanzi, who got good when dropping in for 11 3 races ago. Ran a very good race 2 races ago. She defeated Lady Quinn. There's Lady Quinn, who got to the winner's circle earlier. A good 3rd place finish, although distant to Amazing Dottie and Small Pebbles on the 11th of September. She's as good as she's ever been. Her last 5 races have been much, much improved compared to the races before that. Wouldn't surprise me if she runs a big race this afternoon at 6-1. Then you get the 4 left-leaning Lucy. I don't know what to make of left-leaning Lucy. Obviously, if she replicates the 19th of June affair, that puts her right in contention because we've talked about Easy Play and True Empress. They are both having good seasons. There are none of those sorts in this spot. Perhaps Left Leaning Lucy should have been moved up in my top 4. 5, 6, 3, 4 in the 7th, starting our late daily double. Less than a minute until post time. Big happy birthday shout out to Joe Marson. Happy birthday, Joe. Joe's one of our program sellers here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. A big Finger Lakes birthday shout out to one of our very own, Joe Marson. It's post time for the 7th race, New York Breds. A field of 6, 5 mares, 1 filly, Wabanzi the lone filly. Had a bunch of races this afternoon with a bunch of fillies and a lone mare. Reverse that trend here. Ramon is in. She's 5-2. Left Leaning Lucy's the favorite, 3-2 in the wagering. Here's the lone filly, Wabanzi. Here's the favorite, Left Leaning Lucy. Stimulus check. Trivia looking for 2 in a row, and then long shot, the New Miami will be the last one to the outside. Trivia moves forward. The New Miami, 16-1, biggest price on the board. She's the last of 6. Ready for the start of our late daily double. And there they go. Quick start for Trivia. Wabanzi not that quickly away. Here's Left Leaning Lucy. She wants to pick up the pace from Trivia. Stimulus check outside of Wabanzi and inside of the New Miami. Ramon runs with them. Tight spot along the rail. Left Leaning Lucy makes the pace. That tells you there is not much pace on paper in this affair. Left Leaning Lucy has the lead. Almost 2 lengths to Wabanzi and Trivia. Ramon still in that tight spot from the rail. Stimulus check is a little less than 3.5 or 4 off the lead. 3 wide. And the New Miami's at the back. Left Leaning Lucy, 23 seconds. No excuses for her. Trivia chases her. Stimulus check comes with her run. But it's been a favorable flow for Left Leaning Lucy. Left Leaning Lucy has the lead. Trivia's trying to make her move to the outside. Far outside is Stimulus check. Ramon up the inside. Left Leaning Lucy took advantage of a paceless race. She's the leader at the 8th pole. Showing no signs of stopping. Left Leaning Lucy dominating. Stimulus check. Trivia, they fight for second. Ramon's right there with them. Left Leaning Lucy all the way. Trivia hangs on for second. 3rd and 4th tied involving a Stimulus check and Ramon. One minute 6 and 16/100ths. Left Leaning Lucy's 2nd place finish to Easy Play earlier in the season. That was the race to really key on. This race was extremely paceless on paper. And it's a heads-up ride by Jeremiah Flores, recognizing the soft flow, putting Left Leaning Lucy on the lead at the very beginning, and she cruises. Somewhat of a merry-go-round thereafter. Photo will determine second. Please hold all tickets. Six trivia at 10 to 1 second. Third place, 5 stimulus check. Fourth place, number 2, Ramon, 4652. Left-leaning Lucy is in the winner's circle. 6-year-old gray-roan mare by the lumber guy out of the damn good humor gal. Owned by Boston Boys Racing LLC along with Paul Barrow. Paul's the winning trainer, winning jockey Jeremiah Flores. The winner was bred in New York by Elizabeth Conroy. And race 7 is official. 4652. The double 8-4, $23. A 4-6 exacta. Nice exacta, $54. 4-6-5 trifecta, $27.62. 10-cent super, 4-6-5-2, $15.62. One more race to go on the Wednesday card. 7 and 8, both scratch coffee futures. Sweet Blindness. Jockey change 1 Alicia's Way. Emmanuel Di Diego. The nightcap in about 20 minutes at 4:46.
Getting ready to conclude this Wednesday card and this race week. Just a reminder, dark the next few days. Next live racing day will be Monday with that 1:15 first post. 7th race eggs. We see the last 2 races, horses that are left alone on the front end and making them pay. Left-leaning Lucy able to control the pace. Didn't look like there was a lot of speed in there, and Jeremiah Flores took advantage for trainer Paul Barrow. A horse that doesn't win often, but got the victory today. Just that was just the way the race flow went, to the advantage of left-leaning Lucy, plus a field that she could beat. Last race, a 5,000 claimer, and we're going to go a route. Mile and the 16th. Got Diego on the 1. Alicia's Way. We scratched the 7 and the 8. And start with the 6-horse Saloon Girl. She takes a drop in class back down to 5,000. Been here before. Never won at this particular distance, but only 3 starts at it. And she did have a couple of nice races early in the year going long. She won going to mile 70. Just disposed of a soft 1 state bred field and came back and ran a solid 2nd. Well, she hasn't done much since, and even turned back in distance the last 2 and just ran into a quick one in Fast Fran. No such rival in here. She should be out there up close with the speed, and obviously a contender in this race. She's getting some early play at odds of 8-5. The 1 Alicia's Way going to get some action from the top barn of Chris Engelhart. She comes off 2 straight third-place finishes. Tough race with Holiday Jazz. The race a couple of races ago wasn't really competitive there, and wasn't really competitive against Ruxton Rocks either. That was a tough field, though. You could say she was the best of the rest, but laid over. I mean, no such rivals here other than Saloon Girl dropping. It seems like it's an easier it's easier $5,000 field than what she faced, other than the starter horse dropping to the 5. So Alicia's Way, a big top 3 threat in this race. The 5 True Destiny, last time she was in for 5,000, was in the straight up 3 Lifetime, and the race really came up soft, and she dominated, winning by double digits. Not like she put up a big number, it's just there wasn't much behind her. Well, ambitiously placed in the 1 state bred last time, yeah, she had no shot in there, but back down to 5,000, and she could be a wild card in here. It's going to be a little bit of a price right now, 5-2, maybe looking at that double-digit win. But you look at the last really 3 times, and only 3 times she's been in for this price, she won all 3 of them. I guess that could be a factor in here, although probably the tougher of the 5,000 fields that she's faced. Fabulous Moolah will try stretching out. It's not like she hasn't gone long before and has had some success going long. She was in a tough field with Boxton and Board last time. That's a multiple winner this year. So it'll be the first time going long since finishing 4th behind Guidance and Ruxton Rocks. And those are 2 good ones in the condition. If you saw Guidance win earlier today against a tougher field. So she's not out of it either. She's a top 4 threat in this mile and 16th route. Exacta Try is super offered in the last race. Remember, we scratched the 7, Coffee Futures, and the 8, Sweet Blindness.
One more race to go on the Wednesday card. 1 mile and 1/16th. Our nightcap. Fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up, now winners of a race since July 4th. Or now winners of 4 races, $5,000 claimers. 7 and 8 both scratched. Emmanuel Di Diego, he's the new jockey aboard the 1, Alicia's Way. 2 is the Fabulous Moolah. Kevin Navarro, Ilmar Loaiza looking for doubles. 3 is Call Me Carmelita, Jackie Davis. 4 is Winter Siren, Jose Ventura. Next will be 5 True Destiny, Kay Bracoa looking for a riding double. Favoritism with 6 Saloon Girl, Christian Navarro. Those are the fillies and mares for our Wednesday nightcap. Post time in a little more than 4 minutes. One more race to go on the Wednesday card. One more race in the work week. Simulcast wagering a Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Live racing again Monday, 1:15. We'll have a pick 6 carryover into the Monday card. It's a little on the shy side, but hey, we got to start from somewhere. $604.89. And if we can spring Winter Siren to the winner's circle, we will have a pick 5 carryover in excess of $7,900. 6 Saloon Girl looks like it's her race on paper. She's the one with a little bit of the class. She has already won the first state bred condition earlier this season. Ran very well thereafter in her subsequent start against the second state bred group, missing by a neck. A poor performance thereafter, and then a couple of lackluster efforts against the starter allowance group in August and September. So Victor Dean, Colt 45 man's going to drop Saloon Girl for the money run. She's the one to beat. Her best race makes her the top player. One Alicia's Way ran some good races last year, including those $5,000 races, and she already won the state bred like my top selection. This will be her 4th start since being freshened earlier this year. She's gradually improving. She's hoping for somewhat of a pace up front. She does most of her best running usually from far out of it, but recently she was into the race early before tiring. That race probably put a lot of fitness and foundation into her. I could see her running a big one this afternoon. She's 5-2. 5 True Destiny has run some pretty good races. She's also run a couple of poor races. 3 for 6 so far this season. She's been pretty tough, winning for $5,000, graduating, then winning the non-winners of 2 lifetime and non-winners of 3 lifetime affairs. Her $11,000 race was anything but her best, kind of like her recent first state bred. She's in where she belongs with her friends. Give her a little bit of a look, and you are. She's 2-1. And then the 2, the Fabulous Moolah. Not sure if she's a better sprinter than a router. She got to the winner's circle 3 races ago and then 2 races ago, so she rattled off 2 consecutive victories. Last time out, a disappointing 5th place finish. Now she's going to try 2 turns. The connections are good. Ilmar Lowise is a very good trainer, and Kevin Navarro's an excellent jockey. 6-1-5-2 for me here in our Wednesday nightcap. The fillies and mares are approaching the starting gate. It's post time for the Wednesday night cap. 6 Saloon Girls 7-5, 5 True Destiny 9-5, 1 Alicia's Way at 5-2. Now Saloon Girls 3-2, True Destiny's 2-1, Alicia's Way 5-2 in the wagering. Field of 6 to close our Wednesday card. We'll do it all over again on Monday, 1:15 first post. Small one-day pick 6 carryover. About 6 o'clock this evening, we'll have our free programs online, fingerlakesgaming.com. Click on the racing tab, scroll on down to free digital program. Once again, a big shout out to the guys at Capital OTB, my man Seth Merrow, Shannon and Dino in attendance. A live telecast this afternoon. It was great to see the guys from Capital OTB right here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. True Destiny and Saloon Girl, the last two to load. Saloon Girl. We're going to be able to crack open some Colt 45s for Victor Dean. We'll find out here momentarily. Ready for the nightcap. And there they go. Winter Siren and Call Me Carmelita. They hook up early. Saloon Girl attends the pace with True Destiny. Alicia's Way is 5th along the inside. And the Fabulous Moolah is the last of all. Making the pace, Winter Siren. Saloon Girl wants to set up shop from 2nd. In 3rd is Call Me Carmelita. And True Destiny has the 4th position, now making a move into 3rd from the outside. Alicia's Way is 5th through the early stages. And the Fabulous Moolah flanks her, the last of 6. And it's a little more than 5 lengths from first to last. 24 seconds for the opening quarter long shot. Winter Siren about a length and a half. And Saloon Girls in a perfect spot up the backstretch. True Destiny a little less than 3 off the lead. Likewise for Call Me Carmelita from the rail. Alicia's Way has 4 lengths to find. Almost a length to the Fabulous Moolah. Little less than 4.5 from first to last. 49 2/5. Winter Siren. Saloon Girl is poised to take the top spot heading into the turn. And there goes Saloon Girl getting the lead. Call Me Carmelita, True Destiny try to quicken in. Alicia's Way is 3 lengths from the front. And the Fabulous Moolah is 4 lengths from Saloon Girl. And it's Saloon Girl's race near the quarter pole. Saloon Girl by more than a length and a half to True Destiny. Call Me Carmelita. Alicia's Way is putting in a nice charge. Here she comes with her run. Saloon Girl, Alicia's Way could be the late threat in the final 3/16. Saloon Girl's the leader. Alicia's Way's into 2nd. True Destiny's back to 3rd. And then go to the Fabulous Moolah. Saloon Girl, Alicia's Way. Saloon Girl with the lead. It's Saloon Girl. Victor Dean, crack open the Colt 45s. Saloon Girl is the winner. Her 6th career score. Alicia's Way was 2nd. True Destiny 3rd, and it's the Fabulous Moolah to complete the superfecta. And it's Saloon Girl, the unofficial winner of the nightcap. Not a bad price at 2-1. 2nd place to the 1, Alicia's Way. 3rd place to the 5, True Destiny. 4th place, number 2, the Fabulous Moolah. 149 and 80 100ths, the final running time from our Wednesday night cap. Entering the winner's circle is number 6, Saloon Girl, her 6th career victory, a 7-year-old chestnut mare by Alpha out of the damn Carson City Girl. Owned and trained by Victor Dean, winning jockey Christian Navarro. The winner was bred in New York by Joe Marr Racing Stables, LLC. And the nightcap is official. 6-1-5-2, top 4 finishers. The late double 4-6, $29.20. How about the exacta from the nightcap? 6-1, $21.40. 6-1-5 trifecta, $12.25. 10-cent super, 6-1-5-2, $3.75. 8-4-6, late pick 3, $24.62. 3 with 7, 8 with 4 with 6 are late pick 4, $149.75. Wednesday's pick 5, 2 with 3 with 7, 8 with 4 with 6, $466.75. Nobody with 6 in our pick 6. Nobody with 5. 4 out of 6, $20.10. 4 out of 6, $20.10. A small one-day carryover into the Monday card, $604.89. That's it for another work week here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. We'll do it all over again on Monday, 1:15. Don't forget simulcast wagering Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Opening weekend from Keeneland. Some great racing at Keeneland. You can watch and wager on all of their action right here at Finger Lakes. We'll see you on Monday with the 1:15 first post. When leaving the track, please drive very carefully. This has been racing from Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Good night, everyone.